What is up, everyone? Welcome to the stream. My name is David Sinairo, and today we are playing Vampyr, a game that is called its own name. What is up? What is up? Hello, Echo. Hello, Arrogance, Melty, Ruben. How are you all? Hello, Moobot. How are you? You cut your hair? Yes, I indeed did go cut my hair. Even if based on proven medical knowledge from 1918, Vampyr sometimes takes liberties when establishing possible links between scientific theories and supernatural creatures for theatrical purposes. You mean creative purposes? In other words, do not try to cure any disease with any of the recipes shown in this video game, and no rats were harmed during the making of this game. I love that they had to write this. Is it a Souls game? No. So David, don't nitpick using your extensive knowledge of science. I like this. They thought, someone's going to try to do what we write in the game, so let's make a disclaimer. Take responsibility for your actions. Every action you take can have consequences. This game uses an autosave system. Whenever the symbol is displayed on your screen and autosave is in progress, please do not close the game when this icon is displayed. Vampyr! This is because I actually received the book today that I bought called Vampyrs. It's about the colonial war that Portugal waged for a while to try to keep its colonies. It's not about literal vampires, but it uses vampire imagery to portray the colonialist soldiers. So it's like really neat. It's a graphic novel. I know it's a mechanic, Arrogance, but POS. Is this trying to find something or what? A picture book, a graphic novel. What is this? Is this Destiny? Have you seen the IRL directory? Actually, I might have never clicked on it. I've clicked on shit like Just Dance or something, and pools and bathtubs and pools. IRL, just IRL? I don't think so. Cannot change definitions? What am I doing? What do you think this is? Oh, resolution. Yeah, no. That doesn't matter. Console is always at the highest resolution. Name your top 3 favorite vampires. Let's say Alucard, Carmilla, and Arcuedo. Blade, and Whistler. Whistler the painter? Or the fucking weeb? Wait, what about Saya? From Blood the Last Vampire. Whistler the old gray hair dude, I know. I'm just being an ass. Alright. Story mode! Normal mode, hard mode. Play Vampyr with low challenge. This will cut an important part of the experience, but will allow you to enjoy the story and explore with little danger. Combat is very easy. There's no reward for finishing this mode without killing any citizens. The original Vampyr experience. Character progression is faster if you kill citizens. Combat difficulty is linked to the number of citizens you kill. Playing Vampyr in a more challenging way. Your power as a vampire is tied to the citizens you choose to embrace. Enemies are harder to kill and hit harder. Experience points rewarded by killing enemies in combat are reduced. You just thought you'd disrespect the original cool old guy from the first good Marvel movie? Yeah. Everyone is always saying X-Men and Spider-Man started the comic book trend, but the first actual good Marvel movie was Blade. Completely. I didn't say Dracula. I didn't. So, I think I remember someone saying, or some reviews saying, that combat got a little tiring. Should I go story mode? Story seems like it's too easy. Like it should be an easy mode, not a story mode. Can't change during your playthrough. You never played this? I thought you played every game. Isn't it Christopherson? Choose what you want to choose. I want to choose story, but I wanted it to be called easy. It was after Plague Tale, so it was coming soon. Yeah, some stuff just falls through.
12 dreams for the Red Queen under crown of stone. 8 voracious beasts born from 8 restless nights.
One ring to rule them all, and in the darkness bind them.
The flesh of the sinner. One prayer for the summoned, called by this song. 'Tis perhaps the countdown to oblivion for the once proud city of London. 'Tis perchance her inhabitants' last dance alone to face death and pestilence. Confronted by the eerie and unknown, mortals became desperate for answers. A flock's flight makes for an omen, the falling of a star a dire presage. Turning to priests for interpretation when there was no reason to be found. When religion failed, men turned to science. I saw them build such vain cities, crafting machines made for endless war. New questions flourished as old answers withered. What is darkness but lurking sun? What is wall but enslaved stone? What is glass but tortured sand? What is song but a call to arms? What is hate but jilted love? What is life but death pending?
This man has a cheery outlook on life. I see.
Death. Since the apple was plucked from the sacred tree, mortality was believed to be God's punishment. A righteous snare to keep mankind from ascending to the stars. They were all so wrong. Death is not a wicked thing, nor some holy retribution. A true punishment would be to never know its sweet kiss. Awaken from the harshness and be born once more.
Isn't True Blood like borderline porn? It's almost porn. It's not really porn, but almost. Everyone's naked, you just don't see them fucking. It's a masterclass in driving a promising show into the ground. like Arrow. Cannot die of AIDS? Well, no one dies of AIDS. They die because of the infections you get from being weakened by AIDS. Complications from AIDS, exactly. Can't die from a bullet, can die from a cardiac arrest, organ failure, major hemorrhage. Guns don't kill people, that kills people.
So thirsty.
Hey, nice hair. Well, nice, nice name caller. How's it going, Smith? How are you? Oh my, what big heart you have. Just saw Chainsaw Man's first episode, pretty cool.
My sweet brother. What have you done?
Mary!
Expected.
No! Mary! Hold on! Please, hold on! Oh, God.
Yeah, what a degenerate. He sucked his sister. This is some anime shit.
No, no.
No, I just was telling you that I couldn't put that on the title.
This horror, it's a nightmare. No! Wait a moment, let me explain!
The title, the Twitch titles need to be, can't be like 18 plus, even if the channel is mature audiences only. So I news Crunchyroll went down because of Chainsaw Man. Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since we had such a big budget anime, I think. Since probably, what? The Kimetsu no Yaiba,
No, don't shoot!
the Demon Slayer movie? Or Attack on Titan, yeah. Studio Mappa going all out, though. See, they said every episode has a different ending.
I need to get out of here!
Like they're blowing all their load on one show. You can put that on the title? I can.
This can't be happening.
It still can be read by everyone, though.
No, please, stop! I mean you no harm. What's going on?
There's some jank here.
What have I done? What's all this about?
Has it fled? Shit, where'd it go? Tricky bastards. Where'd it go?
For some reason I had this after playing Tail.
Now, I can handle myself.
We got over it though. Yeah, but it was kind of awkward. The running is jank, which is like the basic.
Who are you? Stay back! Sorry, but you left me no choice.
The basic way to interact with the game. Just walking is jank. That's a little weird.
Who are you? Stupid beast! Sorry.
Can I suck him off? I actually saw this amazingly cool statue of Chainsaw Man, and I was like, oh shit. I need it. But it's never going to happen. I did see a noodle stopper for 20 bucks. Which is better than nothing.
No, please, stop! Let's see how it likes a bit of fire!
How are they throwing fire at me?
Who are you? Filthy! What do you want?
I only have one attack. This has stamina? This is like a Souls game? Crash Bandicoot in Overwatch.
I mean you no harm. I need help. Die, you fucking leech! Please, listen to me. I can't make any sense of this. Shut up, beast! Who are you? What is this all about? What in God's name? I'll do the rest of the job. Just leave me. The sun. It feels like it's burning me to the bone. I need to find somewhere to hide. I cannot enter. Let me go! I need to find shelter.
Yeah, I remember reading that the combat was like the worst part of this game. But I guess we're playing this for story. Do not cough in public. Oh my god. Careless spitting, sneezing, coughing, spread influenza. Spread by droplets sprayed from nose and throat. Do not cough in public. What if Crash Bandicoot was in Overwatch? It's all Activision Blizzard. It's locked.
Is anybody there? What is this place?
Oh hey, guess this is the Resident Evil 4 remake.
The place seems abandoned. I should be safe enough here.
Who are you telling that to? Me? Toys for Bob is the name.
Brother. What have you done?
Mary!
I wonder if she became a vampire.
Mary! Mary, I'm sorry. Whoever did this to us, I will find them.
Well, someone did it to you. You clearly were the culprit doing it to her. Oh god. Peepity, hello.
Wait, this one's dressed up fancy. Let's run through his pockets.
Picking the dead's pockets? Are you serious?
I've still a rent to pay. He's got no more responsibilities. What's this? Gold watch.
Beautiful it is. We fancy it and share the takings. I suppose we are undertakers. Now, give him an Eve.
That's impossible.
I mean, is Toys for Bob working on COD? Bottle alcohol. Any recommendations on Tales of Vesperia and Zestiria? Well, my recommendation is always play the oldest one first. So Vesperia first.
I had better remain here until nightfall.
Miss when Naughty Dog was working on Crash and Insomniac was working on Spyro? Well, now Naughty Dog is remaking The Last of Us Part 2 and Insomniac is remaking Ghost of Tsushima. As they should. It's a joke, not real. It's called satire, guys. Are they actually good? I played Vesperia, and I really liked it, but it was very slow at the start. I didn't enjoy the rhythm.
Who goes there? Who's there? Are you referring to me?
Oh man, I got sucked by a dude.
No! I still have so much to accomplish. I still have so much left that needs doing.
So, in terms of Vesperia, I really like the story, and I really like the gameplay and stuff. It's just that it takes a long time to get started, and at first, it feels like you're walking the world just chasing a person, and like you're always one step behind. And it's not like the overall plot is not moving. You're just getting small stories in the town. But when it picks up, yeah, I really liked it. Those teeth are really far apart. The bite marks on his neck. No worries.
Johnny, this one's lost. We need to leave. And now!
No. There's time. I can save him.
That's the enemy coming! The orders are to evacuate the hospital!
Done. He'll live.
And now what?
We fight. Killing is a hell of a lot easier than healing. No, it never got easy.
Dun, dun. Use the revolt. Spider-Man 2 coming to PC. Everything is coming to PC. Just an hour later. A year later. Shit, that's a big map. Didn't realize this was open world. Citizen menu. Irish. Like a PC port to console. Yeah, I'm sure they're making it for PC and only releasing it a year later. That's logical.
It's a nightmare. That's it. So be it. Rational thinking only.
He just said he was going to find whoever did it to him. Now he wants to kill himself? That makes no sense. No, I don't want to. I'm gonna find whoever did this to us. Wait, no. Thinking about it properly, I actually want to kill myself. Sorry. Not finding anything.
This is absolute madness. I've lost touch with the real.
Madness it is, as mad as the moon, who turns blinding sunlight into a glowing reflection.
Oh shit, here we go. Hey Cyan, how are you? I thought beds allow you to evolve and rest. Spend experience points to level up and improve your vampiric skills. You drain your own blood to heal normal and aggravated damage instantly. Finally a game worth playing. Hey, yesterday's game was really good. It was really fun and it played really well. A spear made of blood. That's like code vein shit. Oh, I do need to walk.
That voice in my head. If I'm not mad, then it must belong to the one who made me what I am. I must find him to understand what I have become.
Eternal thirst for red wine. Hey, I know a bunch of people like that. What's that? What is AWS?
Where is it? It's closed.
These people want me dead. I need to leave now.
Well, the good news is we are already dead.
Here's the leech. Here!
Okay.
My head's spinning.
Oi! Come out, you coward! Clever fucking beast.
It's locked.
Cheerio. Oh, golly. Blizzard has servers on us. Okay. Offhand weapons can be used by pressing attacks with special effects and consume stamina.
I'm still in Southwark. I must reach the West End. Go back home.
Playing on story mode, no plat for David. I am.
I
cannot enter.
If it was normal, would I get the plant? Is there missable shit? I just figured I'd need a second playthrough anyway. There is missable stuff? Yeah, then fuck it. Strangle to use your stake and inflict stun damage. Stun enemy can get lots of missables.
Die, vermin!
This is like Yakuza also has a lot of missibles. Press X to bite the stun. Biting an enemy provides you with blood, skills, and also reduces your health.
A strength I never knew I had. This shouldn't be possible. Every sinew, every fiber of my being is a fire.
No, there's always a bunch of, or not always, I mean, in Zero, there's a bunch of shit you need to do during story mode. That's the Peaky fucking Blinders guy.
My strength, my reflexes. I'm not human anymore.
No, not completing sub-stories, like doing specific things. Like buying the expensive cat food for the cat, or something like that. Instead of the cheapest. Motor the merchant services. Your king and country need you. Join the British ranks and help the brave lads at the front.
My poor sister. If only I had controlled my need for blood. Mary, someone will pay for what happened to you. For what happened to us.
See? You just tried to kill yourself, though. Be fucking coherent. I bet they wrote it like this, and then someone said, hey, wouldn't it be cool if he tried to kill himself and then realized it was immortal? Everyone was like, oh yeah.
This is despicable. I can't believe I'm doing this. It's locked, all right.
The dizziness from the jump. I can now control it.
$5.
I have this thirst for blood. What will London have to say to me? I cannot enter. I've so many questions unanswered.
I don't think London has a lot to say. 10 shilling.
Another corpse. Have the very streets of London become a mausoleum? The man has been drained of all blood, but I can still smell the scent of it.
You're a little crazy,
I
sir.
follow the scent's trail. Perhaps it will lead me to my assailant.
My vampiric senses.
Fresh blood. The smell is so strong.
Remember the one of the things that I kept saying about the Plague Tale? Commending it for not having whatever special vision they would be able to come up with for that game.
Something dire must have come about.
It's one hell of a skid mark. Might be in the second game. The rat vision. TM. Yeah. I hope not. But
It's locked.
It should be Ratto vision.
It's locked, all right.
Games have abused this type of gameplay
There's no one in sight.
system a little too much. In the second period, feels good to watch some hockey. How many periods does hockey have? I see some conflicting information there. CDU. Life saved by efficient medical aid is a blow struck at the of the flu epidemic. Volunteers make a difference. Quarters, hockey spirits, 3 periods for hockey. Okay. 4 quarters for NFL. But isn't NFL hockey? Portugal is very good on hockey. I could say something about it, but I have no idea. Okay. So, I was looking into the Shinshan game reviews, and they are very good. Still has some good mascots. The thing the Flyers have going for them is the mascot Greedy. It's a mascot with true grit. True Grit is a mascot. For me, it's a movie. Billy Fanatic. That's cute. I want to rub its belly. This one is not very cute. It's cool and spooky. Yeah, he's not. He's something else. Britain's working together. Skilled workers in engineering and kindred trades enroll today as war munition volunteers. You'll not suffer in wages. Get into the factory line and feed the firing line. Support the man at the front with a plentiful supply of munitions.
I cannot enter.
Oh, this was worth it. Aluminum powder. Oh, it's kind of empty.
At last, a little life.
Damn it. I think drink no longer stirs me.
Wow, 50 years is not insane. Not insane.
I think I'm losing.
Does it have any concussion in the concussion-induced dementia?
Something can be done to get out of this bullshit mess. No?
My God, sir, you look like Jonah's whale just spat you out of hell. Can I get you a drink?
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
Well, grab a chair and get some rest. This is going to be another long night.
Why is it going to be a long night?
You must be new around here. Don't you know about the murders?
Tell me more about these murders.
Every morning for the last few weeks, bodies have been found. And those poor sods didn't die of flu.
Do the police have any leads on a suspect?
Even before the outbreak, coppers never came round here. We're on our own. People die in these parts all the time, and no one cares.
Where am I? Where is this place?
You're at my bar, sir, the Turquoise Turtle. The last ray of light in this dangerous part of town.
So you're open all night?
Yep. Figured people might need a place to rest in these dark times.
Aren't you scared?
Scared of what? All the bad shit happens out on the foggy streets. And I never go outside.
I need to go take a shower. I have like tiny hairs from cutting my hair.
I'm looking for someone who might have passed through here recently. Wondered if you might help.
It's been quiet tonight. The only other person I've seen went straight up to his room. Thought it was kind of rude, actually.
You mean he's still here?
Well, yeah. He paid for the entire week.
How long has he been here?
He rented the room a few days ago and didn't say when he'd leave.
Who is this man? What does he look like?
Well, like a gentleman, I guess. Well-dressed, quite polite. A professor or something fancy like that. Always writing, reading notes.
I need to meet this man. I have questions.
Just climb the stairs and knock on the first door. I heard him open his window, so I guess he's still awake. And,
Yes?
no funny business, you hear me? This is a respectable establishment.
Definitely not gonna suck him off, don't worry.
I think drink no longer stirs me.
Good evening, sir. I wondered if I could ask for your help.
Wow, you look like you need a drink.
Yes. I apologize for my outfit. It's been a long night.
Been there, seen that. Don't worry, things can only get worse.
That's not worth worrying about.
Has anybody entered the bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry. I spent the night making love to that gorgeous bottle, see?
This is important, sir.
Yeah.
Are you sure no one has come in here in the last few hours?
I don't know and I don't care. This is a free country. People still have the right to come and go, don't they?
Yes?
What's going on around here? It's like everybody is hiding.
You must be new here. Have you not heard about the murders? Everybody fears the return of the sewer dog.
Ah, the sewer dog.
Who is this sewer dog?
It's a local bogeyman. Convenient answer for every crime that happened for decades. You murdered someone, blamed a sewer dog, eh?
Is this just a fairy tale?
You make it sound like it's a fairy tale.
People will always believe in monsters. It's easier than accepting their own darkness. We can all be monsters.
I'll leave you to your bottle then.
I've never even been to India. Hello, sir. Are you all right? Is there any way I can help you?
I don't know. Maybe you could just talk to me.
Maybe you prefer to speak with Tom then. He's more agreeable talking to strangers.
By the way, would you guys become a vampire if given the opportunity? What is that place?
What is this place?
This is Tom's bar, a turquoise turtle. I'm the barmaid here, Sabrina, if you want to know.
I guess I don't need to read the line, he sees it.
Are you always
He-
open this
he-
late at night?
Reads
No,
it.
it's only since the epidemic started. Tom thought that people may need a safe place to stay.
They're all social distancing.
You don't seem to have much business. Where is everybody?
Well, most people are sleeping right now. And those that are awake tend to avoid going out. What with the murders and all.
Means to kill people to survive. Don't pay rent, sure. Why would you not pay rent? You still need a place to live. Especially one that doesn't let the sun in. You can't leave on the street. If you leave on the street, you need to find a place where the sun doesn't enter. Right? You want to live in a cavern. So, the kind of... You want to be a vampire that lives in a cavern. No internet, no video games, no Pokemon cards. I'm a vampire, there's a lot more things to worry than video games. Actually, I think the opposite. If you live forever, lots of things to... You stop worrying about a lot of things and just indulge yourself in, like, indulgences like video games, right? I guess I'd start only doing studio photography. If I lived forever, I'd still never finish my backlog. Yeah, same here. What is going on?
What's going on around here? Where is everyone?
Too many dead, sir. First the epidemic, and now all these terrible murders.
Mutation is gonna live under sunlight. No, these are not the rules. You can't just have all the good stuff and none of the drawbacks. Yeah, sure. Do it. Like, then the question becomes, do you want to live forever? Sure. What about Blade? Yeah. What about Edward Cullen? I see Smith just wants to be one of those shiny vampires.
The murders. What can you say about them?
Bodies found in the streets every morning. Drained of blood. It's just horrible. Some say the sewer dog is back.
The sewer dog? What's that?
No one knows. People have always disappeared around these parts. The ancients say it's the sewer dog coming out to feed. But But now he's killing in the streets.
I think Smith just wants to shine. He wants to be the shiny vampires. It's the vampire equivalent of sparkling water.
What have you heard about the epidemic?
There's a Spanish flu. Yeah. Killed so many last summer. Thought we'd seen the last of it. Dozens dying every week.
Are the authorities doing anything?
Nothing. There are so many quarantine zones in London now. It's gotten really hard to travel across town.
I just want to talk. I didn't mean to scare you.
I'm not afraid, sir. It's just I've other customers to take care of.
I only see one customer.
Oh. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I best check on them.
Or Spanish flu didn't start in Spain.
I'll leave then. Thank you.
Didn't?
Damn it. I think drink no longer stirs me.
I think I'm losing my mind. I should just run as far away from this place as I can.
Not long ago, this sort of mess would have given me a laugh.
Are they stupid or something? I've never even been to India.
This is no place for you. Prewen has several patrols roaming the area.
They do not pursue me.
But they're looking for vampires, and they're most efficient.
They'll not relent until the killer has been identified.
I have a common objective, but I require...
I think someone is eavesdropping.
Are you certain? You might as well come in, whoever you are.
Slowly, vampire. Who are you? I mean you no harm. Saith the vampire. Present yourself. I need a word. Anyone.
Well, that's something I can do for you. And who might you be?
What does this mean? Blood quality of the citizen is largely influenced by their health. Number of hints you gathered from praising him or her. Yeah, 1918 seems about right. Somewhere close to that. Hildegard Swansea.
I'm not sure that I know anymore.
Might I at least learn the reason of your presence?
That's none of your concern.
Sir, you have entered my room in the middle of the night, pale as a corpse and shaking like a tree. So please, indulge me.
Someone is molesting people. In fact, killing them. Biting them.
The calling card of a vampire. Like you.
Yeah, there are posters about joining the war effort, supporting the war effort, so there's gotta be World War I happening or just finished, because the posters are still up. Peaky Blinders time. Actually, one of the next photography events we're doing is Peaky Blinders themed. And I never watched it. Yeah, but I never watched. Time to watch Peaky Blinders then? I'm sure playing Mafia is probably enough. Or not. Yeah. It's not Mafia. It's, I don't get it. It's Scottish, right? Or Irish? Irish? It's not in the US. It's British. It's in England. Was there prohibition in Britain? I don't think so, right? Or is it not prohibition? Sorry.
I've been hunted down in the streets and attacked. I'm a victim here too.
I believe you.
Then if you are not a vampire, who or what are you?
Dr. Edgar Swansea of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. I'm performing an independent investigation here in an attempt to understand precisely what is going on.
Location, Birmingham, England. Okay. But they traffic booze, no?
What have you uncovered concerning the murders?
It started a few nights ago. Rumors of violent murders. The docks have always been, shall we say, somewhat unsavory. But this is different.
How different?
A vampire is at work here. Famished. Reckless. It must be brought to ground, and quickly.
So what's happening is we have contacted someone who owns old cars from the era, from the 20s, 30s, and we're gonna do the shoot with the old cars, which I think will be pretty awesome. These are collectors who actually own a museum together, so I think it'll be fun.
I heard another voice, that of a woman. Who were you talking to?
Ridiculous.
Nefiel.
I've no idea what you're talking about.
Something tells me not to trust you.
As far as fuck.
Then the feeling is mutual.
And what exactly is this Brotherhood?
Sir, if the name is not familiar to you, then we shall discuss it another time.
Then help me find the culprit.
Yeah.
I may. If you'll first tell me why you opened this door.
I followed a trail. The scent of blood from a recent victim. It led me here.
You thought I was your aggressor. That explains a great deal. We're both chasing the same shadow.
A shadow, indeed. Yet I heard his voice in my head. There was a moment I believed I was mad.
You should let me handle this affair. You've no idea what you're up against.
No. I will find the monster. He is mine.
How will you do any better than I? But then let me ask you this. What are your intentions if you find the killer?
I don't know yet.
Then I can only wish you good hunting. And pray we shall meet again. Please, leave me alone.
I hope I live long enough to see them when boys get what's coming.
He just has a portrait of himself. That's all self-centered. I'll just take your shillings, my good man.
If Swansea is not my attacker, it means somebody else came here tonight. Someone must know something.
Hey Robo, how goes it?
Welcome back. Did you find what you were after?
I can't say I have. Are you sure no one else came into your bar before I arrived?
Hey, I told you, you were the only other stranger I've had.
I think you're hiding something from me.
I hide many things from many people, sir. That's what my job's about.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts. Hello, sir. May I disturb you again?
And you're still ugly as sin.
Oh, so are you?
I'll leave you to your bottle then.
Evening, sir. Can I help you?
I have a few questions for you.
Well, if you must.
Good, just packing up the car to drive for the next few hours. How about you? I'm doing good. Playing this for the first time, just started. It's been a long time since I wanted to play it, but I'm not sure about it yet. Not sure what opinion I have on it yet. Going far away? Vacationing or something?
I spoke to Dr. Swansea. He's not the man I'm looking for. Now, I want the truth.
The truth? What do you mean?
I suspect that someone else was here tonight, and I don't think Tom wants to tell me about it.
I'm just the barmaid here, okay? If Tom says you're the only visitor we had, then you're the only visitor we had.
I can feel your fear, madam. Please tell me what's going on.
It's William Bishop. He came in here earlier tonight and he... Well, I thought he was going to clock someone.
Why are you so afraid?
I mean, his skin. His hands. I scrubbed every glass and every chair that he touched. God, I hope it's not contagious.
What happened tonight?
He was dead drunk as usual. But my God, his eyes. His face. He must have caught something awful. He shouted and cried. It was terrible.
Helping moving places? Helping other people move?
Tell me about this William Bishop.
Will was a sailor who worked at the cannon factory before he lost that job. A nice bloke, really. He's never been violent. Until tonight.
Why keep it a secret? Why not tell me about it?
Tom's nothing if not loyal. After Will lost his job, he offered him one ear. They used to be good mates. But recently, well... Will started to get very aggressive.
I see. Thank you for your candor. I'll be sure to talk to Tom.
You just discovered the hint. It reveals a secret about a citizen or someone related to them. Does a vampire need human blood to evolve? The blood quality burn hits the XP you'll earn if you feed on this citizen. Unlock hints increase the amount of XP.
Maybe something can be done to get out.
I gotta pull a trailer literally to the other side of the country. Oof. That sounds like regret.
You again. What can I do for you?
Tom, talk to me about the visit from your old friend, William.
Yes, Will came by tonight, but he's not my friend anymore.
Why lie to me if he is not your friend?
I didn't lie. I said you were my only unannounced customer, and that's the truth.
Who is he?
William? Just an old sailor who loves his gin too much. He worked for years at the canning factory before it closed.
I have like tiny hairs from cutting my hair today. In my ears. It's ticklish. I usually shower as soon as I get home, but I was already late for streaming. So I didn't. But I'm a little regretful.
How was he tonight? Was he different?
Sicker than usual, perhaps. He whined and mumbled about how mean people were to him and how he'd like to talk to me outside, and then he left when I refused.
Is he dangerous?
Yeah. Like many drunks, he's all bark and no bite. He can barely stand up most of the time.
I need to find him. It's a matter of urgency. Do you know where he is?
You could try his boat. It's up by the North Pier. He sleeps there when he's too drunk to get home.
Please describe him to me.
What'd you expect? He's a tall, sick bastard with a bad rash and torn old clothes. William used to be strong. Now he's a mess.
Thank you, Tom.
If you see him, tell him I don't want him back here unless he cleans up his act, okay?
Yes, yes. I can't wait to tell him whatever he wants to say. Lurk around a bit, can't talk on the road, have fun. Another time, later maybe. Alright. I hope your journey goes well. Get some music going. And sing along. Always works for me.
Are they stupid or something? I've never even been to India.
I will get to the bottom of this intrigue. What's been done to me, to this city.
What?
The body is still warm. This man has just been drained of blood. What's this? Some sort of note. This corpse has been dried of its blood, just like the previous victim. This man was armed. He tried to defend himself. Blood and empty gin bottles. This bishop fellow is something of a heavy drinker. There are blood splats on the other side of the canal. I must reach that barge.
Okay. this killing them? Flip and press triangle to use your ranged weapons and click with standard damage.
Ammunition crate. Good. I may need a lot of bullets. I feel like I'm back on the front line again.
Guess he was in the war. Rest to
It's locked.
Some enemies are more resistant to certain types of damages. Their type of resistances: melee, ranged, blood, shadow. Okay.
Better stay back, sir. Over there! There's one of them furs.
So I can't like stealth kill?
We won't see any of these bastards. Look lively! Come to us! Murdering bastards!
There's no Tenshu in my vampire? I guess when I saw this was an open world, I kind of expected a little bit more Vampire the Masquerade. Yeah.
Are you deaf? Stay away!
On Limbo. I believe we call it development hell. Use the loop art. What is this? So shotgun, mostly used as a short-range defensive weapon. You just found a new hideout. Here you can spend your XP while resting or craft items at the workbench. On a workbench, you can craft medical treatments to heal sick citizens, serums to boost yourself, weapon upgrades to improve and customize your weapons. You have enough components to improve one of your weapons. Select a melee weapon to upgrade. You can upgrade your weapon to a new level with the required ingredients. It will do more damage. Also gain transitions. A trophy? It's one more. Decrease stamina consumption by 10%. Increase damage dealt by 10%. Take that. Your health, stamina, blood capacity, blood absorption using by. I mean, I'll take this. Okay. Do I want to cancel lose all your information? Supposed to come out in 2020, they never said anything again. They started doing a bunch of other more shit and left that hanging. Evil or good playthrough? I don't know. I wasn't given actual choices yet. Was I? I'm quite sleepy. Oh. They respawn. It really is dark. Oh.
There's her! Watch yourselves! Murdering bastard!
Respawn? Some different people occupy the same area? I guess, but... same thing. Call it what you want, but... it's still like... what happens in Souls. North Dock. Prepare for docking.
The whole building reeks of it. The scent is so strong it makes me dizzy.
With a two-handed weapon, press triangle to use its special ability. The scythe, for instance, can be used to parry an incoming attack, inflicting heavy stun damage if timed correctly. Oh, we already know that if it's parrying, I'm all about it.
This place reeks of bloodshed.
Will, please, let go of me. Oh my God, William. I can't stand it anymore.
This creature is bedeviled. I must put it down.
Well, the Lord really had your back there, huh? That's game, we did it. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Let me go.
That's Vampyr.
William was an honorable man. I could have saved him.
Mr. Hampton, are you in there?
I knew him well, another lost soul, a kindred spirit.
Sir, listen to the sound of my voice.
81 what?
I'm a doctor. You're suffering from shock.
I must return to my flock. They'll stray without me.
Remember, certain skulls are every bit as resistant as we are.
Who are you? What do you mean by Skal?
You truly are a newborn. I should have realized.
Wait. You are the woman from the bar. Are you... like me? Can you help me?
I believe, sir, I already have.
Nailed it. You're gonna miss this ass.
By George and the Saints, you've solved the mystery of these terrible murders. Patience, good fellows, I've come to offer help. Just give me a moment to secure my boat. We can leave this awful place.
William was not the evil man they claimed. He was just taken by the thirst. He needed his drink.
This man requires medical attention. We'll see he gets to the nearest hospital.
No, please, I must tend to my fold. My flock needs me.
Yes, sir. Go with the good Dr. Swansea. He's resourceful, and I'm sure he'll take good care of you.
You'd best come as well. The sun is soon to rise, and you'll need a place to rest.
I just need a moment. If I can learn something about what has happened to William, I'll be a step closer to understanding what happened to me.
Well, you know. Get bit. Turn into a vampire. That good stuff. Is that a dick? Definitely a dick. Nice.
This poor creature can't be my maker. Could it be some subspecies of vampire? I must find a place to analyze the blood.
Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. If you see a crocodile, don't forget to scream. Ah!
Where are we headed?
We're on our way to the Pembroke Hospital. It's just across the canal. They'll have a bed for poor Mr. Hampton.
William was... what manner of creature was he?
Predator, prey, villain, and victim. Who can say? The important thing is that he's been stopped.
Duly noted. And the woman? What... who is she?
What woman?
Oh, don't play me for a fool. You used me to locate that Skal. You must know who she is.
And I thought you a gentleman. You shouldn't talk about a lady behind her back, but I will tell you she values her privacy. Were London as peaceful as she appears from the middle of the canal? If only that were the reality of the situation.
To be honest, I've always tried to avoid this part of town.
Pembroke Hospital is the last bastion between the rest of London and the epidemic. The flu has decimated the East End and the war still rages. Welcome to the front lines of a plague.
This is where you work, Dr. Swansea?
I am the administrator of Pembroke Hospital.
I thought you were here in service of your mysterious order, the Brotherhood of...
Of St. Paul's Stone, yes. But first and foremost, I'm a man of science. A physician, like yourself, Dr. Reed.
How do you know who I am?
No need for modesty. You are Dr. Jonathan Reed, a surgeon of some caliber and renown, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, sir.
I knew it. I had my suspicions. But when you took the blood sample from the corpse of poor William, I was certain. Dr. Reed. Marvelous.
Have we met?
I attended 3 of your seminars before the war. I have the utmost admiration for your research. And what a turn of fate. England's most esteemed blood specialist returns to London a vampire.
That word again, from a so-called man of science.
I understand. Traditionally, the role of science is to refute myth, but when myth walks among us, the Brotherhood of St. Paul has dedicated its purpose to their study. There's so much for you to learn.
And for that, you are right.
Well, then let me be blunt. Join my staff at Pembroke Hospital as a physician. I suspect you'll not find a better post of employment to contemplate your predicament.
This is sudden. I was returning home to see my sickly mother. But alas, that was before contracting this affliction.
Dr. Reed, take a moment to consider. The post would be for the night shift, providing a good explanation for your absence during daylight hours. You'll be adequately reimbursed and have a place to hide. I even had the forethought to bring some clean clothes. So, what do you say?
It seems I have little choice, but yours is a generous offer, so I thank you.
Brilliant! Oh, Jonathan, this is one for the book, and the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
If I was a vampire, I think I'd move to Iceland. At least for like half of the year.
Dr. Swansea, thank goodness. I was beginning to be concerned.
Worry no more, Nurse Crane, for I bring good news.
Oh, Doctor, what a night. We lost 2 more patients. Nurse Scow said she couldn't take it anymore and resigned.
Yes, well, I'll make a new rota in the morning. In the meantime, find a good bed for Mr. Hampton. Be sure to pay attention to his needs.
Of course, Doctor.
Oh, and Dorothy?
Yes, Doctor?
Dr. Reed here has just returned from the front. He served King and Country and will be joining us here at Pembroke. We're very lucky to have gained a surgeon of his talent, and one so experienced in blood transfusions.
That is good news indeed, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Here at Pembroke, it's not what we have, but what we haven't. It's only thanks to Nurse Crane and the staff that our ship doesn't sink. If you have any questions, just ask her.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Your assistance is required, Dr. Swansea, immediately.
Welcome aboard, Jonathan. We'll catch up after my rounds. Coming, Nurse Crane. I'm coming.
It's locked, all right.
Bothers me that I can't zoom out anymore.
Come on, you bastard! You can do better than that! Nah! It's my turn!
What is this? What's happening?
Each heart contains the seed of life. Drink at this river. Try it all.
Oh, come on, you bastard! I won't bite.
Sir, please. You've lost too much blood. Calm yourself.
You think I didn't notice? Stop your staring and get me to an hospital, you arse!
Insulting a good Samaritan. Not exactly the way to get rescued.
All right, sorry. I am in pain here. My guts are spilling out onto the street and you're yabbering on.
Yes. That's a very nasty wound you've got there. Take my word, I am a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Name's Clay Cox. I'd appreciate you helping me to a better place, Doc.
Follow me, Mr. Cox. Let me assist you to that better place.
Blood quality indicates how much XP you'll obtain from a particular citizen. The higher the blood quality, the more XP you get. To drink the blood of your prey, you first need to mesmerize them to lead them out of sight from others. Your mesmerized level must be equal or higher than the citizen's resistance. Was this not an option?
Bring this fading light into the shadows. Dance with him the dance of life and death.
Press X to embrace Clay Cox or to release him. Embracing Clay will provide a massive XP boost, but be aware that there will be consequences. Learning more about citizens and collecting their hints will increase the experience gained.
No more. Not tonight. Not like this. I will not take another life.
What if I hack at him with my machete now? So I can only do this in when the game lets me.
Black hat?
Yeah, I can't attack.
It is wise for the huntsman to sometimes let his prey go, but no famished hunter can run for long.
I thought I was exploring. I thought the hospital was this way. It is. Yeah, I need a break too. Influenza, frequently complicated with pneumonia. To prevent any case of Spanish flu, stay at home.
Scowl voices in the garden. I should investigate. If they were to find somebody.
Never mind, this is open and I was trying to look at things. Like, look at the end of the street, come back. Is there a day and night cycle? Some nice conditions for these people.
I'm not one to make wait, Doctor. I've patients to attend.
The luxury is palpable.
Doctor! Doctor, where have you been? I've little time to play hide and seek with new staff members, no matter how illustrious they may be.
I found a wounded man by the docks. He answers to the name of Clay Cox. He requires urgent medical attention.
Already making the rounds? That's the Pembroke spirit. I'll ask our porter, Milton, to bring him back immediately.
Thank you, nurse. What can I do for you?
Dr. Swansea insisted we provide you a quiet office. You'll find it on the second floor with your name on the door.
Thank you. Nurse Crane, isn't it?
Yes, Dorothy Crane. Welcome to Pembroke Hospital, Dr. Reed. Your office has been prepared.
I would like to ask a few questions first. What kind of man is Dr. Swansea?
Well, you accepted the job from him. I thought you would have known about your employer.
It's right to assume Dr. Swansea knows far more about me than I do about him.
You'll get to know him soon enough, and better than me. The administrator has better things to do than mix with us.
Apologies, I've only just met him the once. This is sudden. I've only just returned to England.
Dr. Swansea is a brilliant surgeon and the most compassionate physician.
And Mr. Hampton, the patient we brought in. How does he fare?
I gave him a sedative to help him sleep. Poor thing was in quite a state of shock.
If you could point me in the direction of my room again, nurse.
Second floor of the hospital, left after the stairs. It's the last vacant office at the end of the corridor.
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
Perhaps I should have considered the offer.
Okay. Let me go take a break, and I will write. Does this auto pause? I really need to go shower.
It's safer here than anywhere else in the East End. And I thought last summer's epidemic was different. Safer here than anywhere else in the East End.
Really hate not showering as soon as I cut my hair.
And I thought last summer's epidemic was different.
Alright.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm new here.
I've already heard about you, Dr. Reed. I'm Milton Hooks, the ambulance driver for this shithole of a hospital.
That's quite a blunt introduction, Mr. Hooks.
You can call me Milton. I like to speak my mind, Dr. Reed. Perk of the job. Don't
I
judge
work
me,
here.
and I won't judge you.
I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about.
Well, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure a gun can't be used as a surgical instrument.
You have a keen eye. I learned to shoot during the war and have carried one ever since. Old habits die hard.
No need to explain, Dr. Reed. And if you ever need a better gun, remember, I may have something for you.
Are you really smuggling weapons through the hospital?
And why not? I've already been attacked by patients, you know. And by gang members willing to steal my money.
But you're not defending yourself. You're selling guns to civilians.
You keep people alive your own way, Doctor. I offer them another way to protect their health.
How is the situation around here?
You want to hear the situation is all right? It's fucking awful. We lack everything. And it's getting worse every day.
So what do you do exactly in this hospital? Apart from smuggling guns, I mean.
I've been an ambulance driver since... too long, I guess. I'll bring sick people here night and day. It's a dirty job, but I get it done. Most of the time.
It sounds like things have been a bit rough recently. What's happened?
Yesterday I got attacked by the patient I was bringing in. I escaped from the hospital's garden, but I lost my wallet when I was running.
You left an infected patient outside the hospital? That's incredibly dangerous.
Go there yourself if you want, but be careful, Doctor. I'd rather not bring your dead body back.
Do you need any medical help, Milton?
I'm fine, Doc. Physically, at least. But I would give everything to be in a better place right now.
Like, dead?
So what do you do exactly in this hospital? Apart from smuggling guns?
I've been an ambulance driver.
Since you're on the front line, how is the sanitary situation in this vicinity?
It's a complete disaster. It's even getting dangerous to enter some streets or buildings. Even the locals attack you.
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
So these sick people, can I eat on? No? It would seem like an obvious choice.
Good evening, sir.
So it is true. The famous Dr. Reed has joined us. I can't think of any better news during these terrible times.
Do we know each other?
Actually, yes. We met once before, at the Rockefeller University in New York.
Dr. Tippett, yes, I remember. I was assisting Professor Carell in his research about coronary bypasses. He had nothing but praise for you.
He was also very confident about your future. And look at you now. Eminent surgeon and blood transfusion specialist.
What is the Pembroke Hospital situation? And please, speak freely.
This hospital is not exactly the best of London. I'm sure you are used to working in a better environment.
It's not exactly the best situation in London either. I can't have expected this hospital to be prepared for what was to come.
Don't be misled by appearances, Dr. Reed. This hospital does not lack talented people. It just lacks hope.
What can you tell me about the staff in the hospital?
Some are really good, and others are not so good. But during this troubled period, there is no time for slander. I prefer to focus on the positive character traits.
Any opinion about the management?
Welcome back,
I always
Boomer.
agree with Dr. Swansea's reserve. But I must admit, he does all he can to keep this facility running during this crisis.
Ah, yes, the burden of command. I was fed up with this concept while serving as a medical officer.
Don't get me wrong. Swansea's a good administrator. I just wish he would get out of his office now and again.
Tell me more about cherished people, then.
Nurse Brannigan is a pearl. She is the most helpful and dedicated nurse I've ever worked with. A clever and cheerful woman.
You really seem to admire her skills.
I'll go even further. If she was a man, she would be a damn fine practitioner.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
Why did this open? you can get blood from another vampire?
Flesh needs it.
Oh, please.
Yeah, I don't think this is very safe. Biography of a smiling and loving couple with a few words written on the back. Milton and Pippa forever. Hospital full, please go home.
It's locked.
Feels good to be back in 2018.
Good evening, nurse.
Hello, Thro, how are you?
I don't think we've been introduced yet. My name is Pippa Hawkins.
And I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Dr. Swansea has recently offered me a position in this hospital.
Well, it's a euphemism that your help will be appreciated, Doctor.
Is 2018 not good enough for you, sir?
Do you need medical help yourself, nurse?
I'm fine, really. I just need to sleep.
How would you describe the situation at the Pembroke Hospital?
It's serious. The flu is wreaking havoc amongst the staff and patients. We are running out of everything.
Nearly off a decade, nearly. a whole generation. It's fine. It's not that much.
Nurse Hawkins, the Spanish flu won't last forever. Even the Black Plague didn't kill everyone.
I wish I could believe you. But what if this epidemic was worse? What if in the end, nobody was spared?
In a couple of months, it's 5 years ago. Yeah, and we're playing it before that.
You must get a hold of yourself, Nurse.
Sorry, I'm exhausted. No one has any idea when this epidemic will be over.
How long have you been a nurse?
Well, long enough to see that the epidemic is winning. And no matter how qualified you are, don't tell me you'll change that.
Who is playing Siphon Filter again? Could have waited another 5 years to get around to this gem. Yeah. So... could have pulled the word nearly in my first statement. Try it again.
You'd be surprised what dedication can achieve, Nurse Hawkins. In medicine, sometimes we're just a test result away from a miracle.
Sorry, Doctor. I don't want to sound bitter, but I'm just too tired to give a pep talk like Nurse Brannigan.
How is the Pembroke staff coping with the epidemic?
Well, not well. Milton, the ambulance driver, is even more grumpy than usual, especially concerning doctors.
Why is Milton grumpy on a daily basis? Is it just an act?
Milton's not the kind of man who's bothered about a bad reputation, whether he deserved it or not.
Why does Milton dislike doctors?
I don't know. Just ask him. But be warned, Milton is not the chatty type.
You talk.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Yeah, you know I've been meaning to play this game for a while now. Just finally happened.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon at the Pembroke Hospital. And who are you?
Your name has no meaning to me, mortal. You're nothing but dust blown by the winds of eternity.
I beg your pardon.
What are you begging for, mortal? My clemency? Well, tonight maybe I'm inclined to mercy. You'll never forget the night you met Thelma Howcroft.
You keep calling me mortal. Why is that? And if I'm mortal, what are you?
Well, Dr. Reed, if you must know, I'm a vampire.
Not complaining, I just miss Genshin. Well, let's just change back to Genshin then.
Do you require my services, Miss Howcroft?
I have no need for your medicine, Dr. Reed. Blood is the only drug I need.
And why do you believe you're a vampire?
I don't need to believe anything. It is what I am. It is what I feel within this hollow shell of flesh.
Please, describe to me how you feel. What is it like to be a vampire?
I can hear my body crumble from the inside as my flesh cracks and fades. I sense the last pulse of postulant blood within my drying veins. I need new blood.
I see. Have you ever heard of Cotard syndrome, Miss Howcroft?
Never.
It's a mental illness discovered by a French neurologist named Jules Cotard. The affected patients are delusional. They believe that they are putrefying, that they are dead, a ghost or a ghoul, or in your case, a vampire.
Delusional, you say? Oh, sad and petty mortal. You can't even begin to understand the concept of immortality. And you think it is I who am delusional.
I'm assuming you must be a patient here. Am I right, Miss Howcroft?
It's only a cover. To hide from my enemies. I can leave whenever I want. As a woman, a spirit, fog, or bat.
So what are you playing now, Thro?
The staff here are not your enemy. They're here to help you, to care for you.
I'm not speaking of the doctors in white. I'm speaking of the men and women who hunt me. For I am a vampire.
I see. Don't worry. These people will not find you here. I'll personally make sure they leave you alone.
Thank you, mortal. But do not interfere with them, for you are no match for those that hunt me.
Lego Brick Tales. I don't even know what that is.
Who are these enemies you mentioned? Can you describe them?
I cannot say for sure. But I sense their eyes on me from nearby. I feel them watching me every time I visit the garden near the morgue.
Came out yesterday. A game by the Bridge Constructor dev. Oh. And is it about constructing Lego bridges?
Who are you really, Miss Howcroft? I mean, apart from being a vampire.
Is that not enough for you, puny mortal? What do you require? Proof of my powers?
I'm curious to know who you were before becoming a vampire.
It was such a long time ago, I don't remember. Centuries of unholy life can have strange effects on one's minds, you see?
I'll leave you.
Very reliable.
To your
Similar, yeah, Lego Constructor puzzles wrapped in a light adventure. Okay.
Dr. Swansea is right. This place seems perfect to conduct my research. Good evening, nurse. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed, the new surgeon here at the Pembroke.
Dr. Swansea has already told us about you, sir. I'm Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan. Welcome to the Pembroke Hospital.
Did he really? It's a good thing I wasn't hoping to keep a low profile.
All members of staff have already read about your new blood transfusion technique. Dr. Swansea made sure of that.
I see. Well, I'm a little surprised, but I suppose I'll just have to deal with this unexpected notoriety.
You must know, blood transfusions are Dr. Swansea's primary subject of research. He is convinced it is the future.
Have you played other Bridge Constructor stuff? I have the Portal one.
How are things here?
Not good, to say the least.
Sure.
We're struggling against an invisible
So I'm
enemy,
guessing you like
more
them.
lethal than any bullet from a gun. It's hard, Doctor.
I mean, I love Portal.
Do you think this hospital can survive the epidemic?
We are all volunteers here, and we're trying to hold fast, but how do we beat an invisible killer? Some nurses have already resigned.
An invisible enemy? Quite a poetic term for a disease, especially from a nurse.
Sorry, Doctor. These last few weeks have been exhausting. We could all do with a good night's sleep.
Portal is a PC game. I mean, it's on console. Where it is better. Why would it be a PC game?
Staff yet. Perhaps you could help me.
Brilliant professionals, most of them. Dr. Swansea has a gift for recruiting talent.
Most of them. Is there a problem I should know about, nurse?
It would be inappropriate for me to speak ill of a colleague.
What console? PS3, Xbox 360? There's actually two versions on Xbox 360, one of them being like a definitive upgraded version. Portal's still alive. Yeah, on Orange Box. But there's a standalone Portal on Xbox 360 called Still Alive. Probably not, though.
Is there anyone that stands out?
Well, I have never met someone as dedicated as Dr. Tippets. He should be a standard for us all here. If only he were younger.
Why should his age be a problem?
I guess it's fair to say he's always pushing himself to the limits. He just doesn't know when to stop and get some rest.
Nurse Brannigan, if you do know something, please tell me. Anything you say will be held in confidence.
No. I may disagree with some conduct, but in the end, everybody is doing their best.
Yep. It's all coming.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Good
Milton.
evening, Milton. Good evening,
Yeah,
Doctor.
my ship.
Still trying to save lives?
I have some good news, Milton.
What? The epidemic's over?
I retrieved your wallet with all the money and a certain picture.
Well, yeah, Pippa Hawkins is my girl. So what? Is it the difference of skin colour that bothers you?
Not at all, Milton.
Good. Please, take this money anyway. To remind you to keep your mouth shut. Not everybody is as broad-minded as you, Dr. Reed.
Why do you have such a mediocre reputation among your colleagues, Milton?
Fuck them. Nobody knows the horrors I've seen since working here. This city was sick long before the epidemic, Dr. Reed.
I know it's a difficult task, but correct me if I'm wrong. Is this not the job you are paid to do?
I've seen babies left to die while their brothers were properly fed. Underage girls and boys sold to all manner of perverts.
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, exactly. We lack words. So excuse me if I don't look on the bright side of life.
Hey. Can't say that, that's copyright.
What's going on between you and Nurse Hawkins?
Pippa's tired. Tired of all this shit. Tired of all those corpses piling up. She's as depressed as I am.
During the war, I witnessed a few couples just like you come together in difficult circumstances. It can be very damaging.
Maybe you're right. But we support each other. And that's all that matters.
Nothing like a proper shag between some deaths.
You do realize you could both get fired. Hospital staff are not meant to have intimate relationships with one another.
Come on, Dr. Reed. Do you know how many rules are broken in this hospital every day just to keep it running? There's nothing wrong with what we're doing.
I haven't played much yet, though, but it seems interesting, but very janky. Like, the jank is real.
If Pembroke is still standing after this epidemic, there's good reason to be proud.
It's super double A. I think I'd call it 1A. Like, double A is a Plague Tale and Hellblade. I think this is a tier below. Mercy, they depend on you. Nurses are needed now.
The life running in your veins. This dead flesh needs it.
Good evening, Dr. Tippets.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
Sinking city must be 0A. It's triple B.
You're exhausting yourself, Corcoran. Maybe you should think about preserving your strength.
No. We must keep on healing all those poor souls. We are the last rampart before chaos. Once more unto the breach.
I actually have no idea. I'm just saying that.
Nurse Brannigan is worried about you, Doctor.
She should not have told you that. I will have a word with her.
You don't have to blame her for her honesty.
I'm not that kind of man, my dear Jonathan. Actually, Nurse Brannigan's opinion is the only one I may listen to.
Which is why I told you.
Goodbye, Dr. Tibbets. Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich, vibrant blood.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark.
I wonder what your last words would be, sir.
It's here again.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Pepper, I know you're very close to Milton Hooks.
Yes? Milton Hooks is my man. If you want to report me for that, just feel free, Doctor.
I have no intention of reporting you, Nurse Hawkins, but are you aware of the risks?
The rules say I won't be allowed to work as a nurse anymore. But here at the Pembroke, we break rules all the time.
Is he worth the risk?
Hey, I'm no perfect woman, and Milton is not the finest bloke, but we do our best to get by. That's all any of us can hope for nowadays.
Well, we did get Bloodborne. That's the best Lovecraftian horror game possible.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
A giant morgue disguised as a hospital.
Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Unless you're here to fix my face. No. I don't think you can help me.
I'm Dr. Reed. I've recently taken the position of head surgeon here. War injuries, am I right?
You guessed right, Doctor. German shell took my pretty little mug right off. But they still call me Thomas Elwood.
Based on Lovecraft, I think the best one is probably Call of Cthulhu from the original Xbox, made by Arcane. I think it's I don't know if it's playable on the current consoles.
Soldier, do you need assistance?
I'm fine. Just do something for this pain, will you? That's all I'm asking.
How is your stay with us, Mr. Elwood?
Oh, it's bliss. I just escaped death in the trenches to be surrounded
I'm
again
sure,
by the
Thro.
moans of the dying.
Can I ask you precisely why you're a patient here?
It's the pain, sir. The drugs don't work. It just hurts under the scars, if you get my drift.
I wonder if the one I played was a remake. No, they just used the same name. Look, that's the one. Full of dust. See how shiny? Directly from the Library of David. Exactly. This is why this library exists. Why else? Have Yakuza 2 in physical? So do I. Are you right there? Somewhere. milk? Right, one day we'll have a search engine where I can just look this stuff up, but until then we'll rely on your library for knowledge. Kiwami? Yeah, I have those too. These are more special to show. Not a lot of people bought these. Oh. Let me put these back. Graphics are very bad. On Kiwami? What drugs are you on?
Who is treating you?
Oh,
Is someone
PS2.
in particular looking
Sure.
after your case?
I mean, it's a
Nobody
PS2
since
looking
the
game.
old and tired doctor spoke to me. Started to think I was forgotten about. Wouldn't blame you.
You don't seem worried by that.
My face hurts so much more when I smile or cry. I've learned it's easier not to speak. But be assured I'm smiling inside.
I'm pretty sure mine is dubbed too. It doesn't have Japanese, I think. That didn't happen in the PS2 era.
Can I do anything for your pain?
Nurses gave me a bunch of pills. No effect. Told you. It's like the flames are under my skin, burning away.
Yeah, like Call of Cthulhu is the most well-known book by Lovecraft, so they like using that name, obviously.
Where were you stationed, sir? Did you serve for long?
I really don't want to talk about all this shit.
No offense. I was pushing too much. I served in France myself. I just wanted to know what happened to you.
You were an officer, weren't you? Then I doubt we fought the same war, sir. No offense.
Well, I guess In the Mountains of Madness is the most well-known, but mentioning Cthulhu in the title is more emblematic, I guess.
How close are you to Miss Hallcroft? Are you aware that she thinks she is a vampire?
To wait for her next nibble is the best reason to stay here. Every time she approaches my bed, she treats me like something tasty. A normal person.
Aren't you afraid? She may hurt you if the game goes too far.
She's quite harmless, I can assure you. Her head's broken inside is all. While I'm busted on the outside. But she's still beautiful. Living proof that there's hope for me.
Does she bite you in the dick?
So do you let her bite you? You know that's not sanitary.
And why not? She's only supping a few drops of me blood. And the pain, it's real for once.
She could decide to bite less willing patients.
Then it's another good reason for me to stay here, Doctor.
I came here for the highbrow content. Of course.
You do realize she's mentally disturbed. It's called the Cotard syndrome. She truly believes she's a vampire.
In her madness, she never refers to my scars. And frankly, if I could, I'd join her world. It seems much more fun than the real one.
So, you can't turn people, you can only kill them?
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Damn. The pain. It's here again.
It's a little disappointing.
Good evening, Mr. Hampton. How do you feel?
Dr. Reed, is it? Oh, sir, I must apologize for my behavior.
What do you mean?
I was not myself in the factory. Fear and exhaustion made me say awful things to you, I'm afraid.
You remained
Wouldn't the crucifix repel me?
A little delirious, perhaps. But who wouldn't be after enduring an abduction?
Thank you, Doctor. That's a relief. Now all I need to do is rest and return to my flock.
That's what happened with the other crucifix before. Tell me about the music of Tom Waits.
Do you know Tom Watts, the bartender from the Turtle? I met him before I found you in the canning factory.
Tom? Yes, of course. Always the helping hand, good old Tom. Without men like him, corruption and despair would have wiped out the East End long ago.
It's an iconic looking jacket you got there. Not as iconic as Aiden Pierce's jacket, but sure, absolutely iconic.
People are still in despair.
How could it be otherwise? The authorities have left us all to rot in this contagious nightmare. No drugs, no advice, nothing. It's a damn shame.
No, I don't think so. Oh, it's going right through my leg. Jank.
Who should I avoid in this part of town, then? Any particularly evil figures?
Not really. Most men and women are just doing their best. And it's not my habit to speak ill of people I know, Doctor.
Do you speak ill of people you don't know?
How did you end up in William Bishop's den?
I had received alarming news about his recent behavior. I went to his place and he refused to let me go.
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Hawcroft.
You dared to enter this awful place alone. You're a hero, Mr. Hampton. Or a fool.
I'm just a man trying to help his friends, Dr. Reed. William Bishop was a conflicted soul, searching for light.
What is the general situation in the East End docks?
The situation has always been tough, with a lot of tensions between the gangs and the dockers' trade union. The Wet Boot Boys are very nervous since they lost their leader.
The Wet Boot Boys? That's a British-sounding gang for sure.
Who leads the gang now?
Since Clay Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show, with the assistance of her minion, Booth Digby.
Has the gang been threatening you?
Ah, no. I've had this nickname for so long, you know, the sad saint of the East End. No one dares to bug a saint, not even criminals.
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later.
Time for Legends of Tomorrow. Time for Flash, then Legends of Tomorrow, then some Supergirl. That you going away or coming back, Smith? Alright, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out.
Good evening, sir.
There's a lot of people
I'm
to talk
Dr.
to.
Reed. May I help you?
I don't know if a third opinion is needed. Your colleagues are already arguing about my condition.
I see. Would you mind telling me more about your situation?
I'm Harvey Fiddick. All I want is to get me bloody arm fixed properly.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Fiddick.
I'm just a regular guy waiting to get his arm fixed, so I can return to work and to my family.
I was more curious about what you were doing before being hospitalized.
I'm a carpenter, and a good one too. But that means I need both arms to feed my family, Dr. Reed.
Tell me about the doctors who are arguing about your case.
Strickland and Aykroyd. They both want the best for me, but there's a lot of pride there. Doctors are no different from carpenters, it seems.
What do you mean?
I often had professional arguments with rivals on a building site. Difference is I disagreed about wooden nails, not flesh and bones.
Are you satisfied with your treatment here?
Well, it's clear that I've chosen a bad time to be injured. Forgive my bluntness, but you seem overwhelmed by cases of the flu.
I won't lie to you about it. I'm afraid we are.
Are you sure you don't want to operate yourself, Dr. Reed? I have the feeling you're very capable. And your colleagues seem to think so too.
In other circumstances, you would be right. But for now, I don't think I can take on the responsibility. My apologies. Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Good evening, Doctor. I believe we're going to be working together.
Dr. Reed. Dr. Swansea informed us of your arrival, but I could not dare to believe we'd have such good fortune. Such an honor, sir.
Thank you. And you are?
I am Thoreau Strickland, Dr. Thoreau Strickland. I'm a great admirer of your work, Dr. Reed.
Thank you.
Please, could you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a great admirer of your work concerning blood transfusion, Dr. Reed. I run my own experiments. I'm convinced it's the future.
I based my technique on my mentor's research. He helped me perfect my method. What is yours?
I'd rather not talk about it. For now, it's just theories and first approach. My process is purely experimental and unsuccessful.
As long as you're cautious and methodical, you may remain empty-handed, but you won't fail.
You're not the first one to warn me, but I am convinced knowledge is the main weapon against the ravages of this epidemic.
What made you choose to be a doctor?
I'm not ashamed to admit you and your work have inspired me. I am honored to have the opportunity to work by your side.
I'll give you some advice, but understand that nothing beats practical experience, which can be exhausting and solitary work.
Of course, sir. And don't worry, I will never allow myself to be a burden, neither to you nor this hospital.
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Well, it has always been an honor to work with Dr. Swansea. But with your arrival, I can't think of a better opportunity to learn about blood transfusion.
You seem quite optimistic. It's a rare and precious attitude in these difficult times.
I'm convinced that this epidemic is a test of endurance and dedication for us men of science.
Questions remain about our capacity to resolve the situation.
True. Last summer, during the first wave of the epidemic, I used to joke with Milton about the extra work. We're not smiling now.
Do you need help with anything in particular?
Well, yes, maybe. I'm waiting for a batch of products I ordered for my personal research, yet my supplier seems to have vanished.
Do you want me to play the errand boy for you?
Oh no, Dr. Reed. But if you went personally to his shop, what with your reputation and all, he wouldn't dare to refuse the products I need.
I see. Well, give me the address, for I may pass by if I have time.
I love running errands for people.
Tell me more about your willingness to experiment with new medical techniques.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury that could cripple him if not treated correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion technique could help him.
What is it you really want? To save him, or to prove your point?
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reed. Especially since I know Mr. Fiddick's story.
Tell me Mr. Fiddick's story.
Our first diagnosis was compromised because Mr. Fiddick lied to us about the real origin of his injury. He first claimed it was an accident.
But why would he hide such crucial information from us?
Because he is a proud father, ashamed of putting his children at risk because of his own negligence.
This personal involvement could also appear to be a lack of impartiality. You must know that a good surgeon must remain neutral.
I agree. But that does not excuse Dr. Ackroyd's behavior, a man who did not even take time to converse with his patient.
Do you think keeping his distance was a mistake?
All I know is that I'm taking care of human beings with desires, hopes, and fears. Not some biological machine comprised of blood, bones, and flesh.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
Sir?
You always knew the words to calm the children, Helen.
What can I do for you, Doctor?
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Can I help at all?
No.
Really? Why are you here, then?
I don't want to talk. My throat hurts too much.
I suppose that this pain is the reason you're here. Is someone taking care of you?
Yes. And no.
Could you at least tell me your name, sir?
Mortimer. Mortimer Goswick.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
I'm sure you realize a doctor and his patient have to communicate, sir. Would it help if I gave you some paper and a pen?
Not really.
I see. Then maybe it's not just your throat that hurts, Mr. Goswick. Perhaps your sore throat is just the consequence of something more hurtful.
Yes, maybe. But I don't want to talk or even write about it now.
How painful is it?
So
I'll let you get some rest, then. Good evening, Mr. Goswick.
Okay.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Goswick.
I don't want to talk, Doctor.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
I'm all right. Don't waste your time with me.
Good evening, madam. Can I help you?
It's my son who needs you, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. How can I help your son?
I'm Beatrice Goswick, mother of Mortimer Goswick. Could you check on him, please, Dr. Reed? I've heard much of your talents as a physician.
What can you tell me about yourself, Mrs. Goswick?
Not much to say. Just take care of my Mortimer and I'll cover all the expenses. That's all that matters.
Are you really that rich? Most of the patients here are of a more humble origin, if I may say so.
Yes, thanks to my husband. May he rest in peace. I can cover any needed medical expenses.
May I ask if you have an occupation, Mrs. Goswick?
I'm a teacher by profession. I teach young women who are more ambitious about their futures than their families.
What do you think of your reception here? Any complaints?
I have had the uttermost reservations about this hospital since we arrived. But we had no other choice, considering the state of emergency.
Is there something in particular that's bothering you?
Some of the staff were not especially welcoming. I suspect they're not accustomed to dealing with patients of such social standing.
Well, you have a room all to yourself.
Tell me more about your arrival at the Pembroke Hospital. What gave you such a bad first impression?
The ambulance driver was quite rude, for a start.
And that nurse, Miss Hawkins, seems to have quite a dubious attitude.
What do you mean?
She managed to secure a bed for my son despite the epidemic. It was a relief, but it wasn't cheap.
She charged you for a bed?
Yes, and I paid without question, considering the urgency of the situation.
I share your concern, Mrs. Goswick. Be sure that I'll talk to the people involved.
I don't expect compensation, Dr. Reed. But I'm aware such behavior would not be tolerated in other hospitals.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Oh, she did say...
Dr. Reed, I know that Pembroke will prevail and survive.
This nurse, though. Look at how bloody she is. Go clean that shit up. Talk about bedside manner.
Good evening, Mr. Fitch.
Showing
Good
up
evening, Dr. Reed.
full of blood.
Any news about my operation?
Tell me about your injury, Harvey. Why do you feel so guilty about it?
My wife died because of me. And now I may lose everything because I've been careless enough to hurt myself. What an arsehole.
How could your job be responsible for your wife's death?
I was working a double. She went out to bring me a hot meal and got caught in a German bomb raid.
You can't hold yourself responsible for your injury, Mr. Fiddick. Unless you tried to hurt yourself.
Of course I didn't hurt myself. But I can't work until my arm is fixed. My children need to eat, Doctor.
I mean, do they?
Tell me more about the death of your wife, Harvey.
1915. I was in the army, building workshops for the Royal Flying Corps. Helen was happy I wasn't sent to the front.
What happened?
The Germans sent Zeppelins to bomb the construction site, but they missed their target. My wife was bringing my dinner when the bombs fell.
I'm sorry for your loss. So many died during the bombings. I served in France and witnessed the carnage there.
I would like to say that she didn't suffer. Truth is, I have no idea. I just know that I'm all that me kids have. Poor little bleeders.
How are your children after losing their mother?
They were smaller then. The only good thing about this is my Helen didn't bring them with her that night.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
My sweet girl. Treats me like a boy.
So there's another there. Right.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed.
Yeah.
I believe we're going to be colleagues.
Reed, yes, I've been informed about your arrival. I'm Waverly Ackroyd. Welcome aboard, I suppose.
Does my arrival inconvenience you in some way, Dr. Ackroyd?
Let us just say that I don't particularly share Dr. Swans's enthusiasm for hiring you. What we need here are reliable professionals, not overrated dabblers.
Well, time to mesmerize this guy. Oh, that's lovely.
If you have a problem with me, Dr. Ackroyd, please feel free to tell me.
Dr. Swansea has imposed your presence on this hospital without asking anyone's advice. The benefit of his position. But I don't agree with it.
I know we've never met before, but I believe this hospital could use all the help it can get. You will agree with that, I'm sure.
Oh, but I have heard about you, Dr. Reed. Of course, you can't say the same about me, since I have not wasted my time courting the press.
You are going to change your tone with me, my dear colleague, and very quickly.
I don't think so. Perhaps you think yourself protected by Dr. Swansea, but I am still a free man, and I will speak to you the way I want.
Since your tenure in this hospital is longer than mine, Perhaps you can tell me more about this place.
Let's just say I'm tired of the carelessness around me. I have always respected the skills of Dr. Swansea, but over time his enthusiasm has become displaced.
Carelessness? Exactly what are you talking about?
We're here to save lives. The people who trust us are not volunteering for experimentation. They're here to be healed.
I don't intend to run any radical experiments, Doctor. Even if I, as any good practitioner should, express an interest in pushing the boundaries of medical research.
Modern medical methods were created through audacity and ego. But there are rules in our line of work, and they're here to protect our patients.
Tell me, Waverly, what do you think of Dr. Strickland's enthusiasm for his experimental research?
Strickland is playing with his patients' lives for pride and glory. Now that, sir, is unethical.
Are you thinking about something in particular?
Harvey Fiddick needs delicate surgery. I believe we should stick to the usual procedure, but my young colleague obviously disagrees.
And are you not afraid that your rivalry with Strickland may be blinding you?
Rivalry? I guess you could call it that. But I will never be childish enough to let my personal feelings affect my judgment.
Why do you wish to lead this surgery?
I strongly believe that Mr. Fiddick should not be butchered to test an unproven procedure.
Other people may say that's too conservative a point of view.
Conservative? And what are you going to say to Mr. Fiddick if he loses his arm because of the operation? Because that's what's going to happen if the surgery is a failure.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
Okay. Have a look around enough? Wasted quite a lot of time talking to all these people.
Not now.
Use the so.
It's locked, all right.
It's locked. Fucking locked. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen so much jank.
This must be the place. It's definitely away from prying eyes. Relegated to the shadows. A kingdom of my own. At least I won't be sleeping in a coffin.
That's not blocking the sun very well.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
How do I water it?
William Bishop's blood is much more unstable than human blood and shows extensive mutation. But this is not what happened to me. I must keep on searching. The sun is about to rise. I can feel it. I'll continue tomorrow night. I have so much time now.
That's true. What do I want? Shield? No.
If I'm to stay here until my research is complete, I'd better learn to hide my true nature from the mortals. But what about my thirst for blood? The flower's dying. It needs water.
How do I water the flower?
Hurry now, Doctor. It's freezing here.
But nurse.
Yes, Nurse Crane? How can I help you?
I'm so sorry. I know Dr. Swansea wanted you to rest, but we have somewhat of a crisis.
A crisis, you say?
Our supply of antiseptics is nearly depleted. I was hoping there was another box up here, but...
Sorry. There's nothing here.
Some of the patients won't last the night without them. Honestly, sir, I'm beside myself.
I may have a solution. In France, during the war, drugs shortage was a daily problem, and we had to use our wits to overcome the shortages.
However do you mean?
If combined correctly, certain household chemical products can be used in a pinch instead. Now, where's the hospital storeroom?
The storeroom? Fat chance. This is the Pembroke, and space is luxury we don't have. Everything used to be stored in the old morgue.
Perhaps I should look there first. Where is this morgue?
It's the large building behind the hospital. You'll need to go in the back door because it's been sealed off for sanitary reasons. Take this key. It opens a small back entrance at the end of a narrow street.
The abandoned morgue behind the hospital. A small door at the end of a narrow street. On my way then. Thank you, nurse.
Yes, Doctor?
Also, don't worry about that missing hacksaw.
Exactly how bad is the supply situation here at Pembroke?
It really depends. Dr. Swansea deftly works his society contacts for monies, but with the quarantine, well, we're in God's hands.
Please, could you point me in the direction of the morgue again?
It's the large boarded-up building behind the hospital. You can't miss it. The key I gave you will open the small back door to it.
Any other back doors you think we can open, nurse?
Why then do you always work the nights? Don't you ever sleep?
At the Pembroke, we're always hands on deck.
Your dedication to the Pembroke does you credit, Nurse Crane, but when do you sleep?
We staff get our sleep when we can, Doctor. Nursing is a vocation, not the labor of a journeyman.
Lack of sleep and the medical profession always ends in disaster. I've witnessed many a colleague succumb to stimulants to fight exhaustion. Drugs were as deadly as bullets in the trenches.
London's trenches start here at Pembroke Hospital. We are on the front line, make no mistake.
That's all for now, Nurse Crane, thank you.
Please come back later.
Oh. Find out. I get other quests. Should I have done the quests before arresting? They disappear? Local investigation. I track both.
We have some of the most brilliant minds in London.
Thelma Howcroft said she was being watched by vampire hunters.
More bodies.
Where are they hiding? I should investigate. Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed.
Always a pleasure to meet a colleague, sir. Especially when he was supposedly dead.
A colleague? Are you a doctor too?
Not anymore, sir. I used to be Dr. Rakesh Chadana. Now, I'm just Mr. Chadana, pawnbroker and humble guardian of this morgue.
What do you mean, you used to be a doctor? Was your license revoked?
No, sir. It is just that I like to be precise. I run a little pawn shop while taking care of the dead. But I used to be a real doctor.
Do you work here alone?
Yes, very easy work, sir. All I have to do is watch a few bodies. The situation was very different when the main morgue was still open.
Why do you have to watch these bodies?
Because these poor fellows have no names. We keep them in case someone comes looking for the missing. Sadly, very rarely happens.
Why close the hospital's main morgue?
It was for sanitary reasons after the beginning of the epidemic. Cadavers had to be moved to the nearest mass grave.
Have we met before?
I don't think so, sir. Why?
When we first talked, you said you were glad to meet me since I was reported dead.
Funny story, sir. Your sister came here a few nights ago. You were missing, and she was looking for your body. She must be very relieved now.
Indeed she is.
Are you afraid or uneasy being surrounded by so many corpses?
Why should I? These bodies are empty vessels. Flesh left to decay. Poof. No soul anymore. All gone.
An interesting point of view. And quite an exotic one, too. Most people fear, or at least have a respect, for dead flesh.
Sir, as a medic during the war, I learned to face my death and the death of others. It's the pain we have to tame, not death itself.
How did you get this job?
After I left the army, I worked as an undertaker down by the docks. A dangerous place with many an unpleasant business there. Milton Hooks helped me get a job here.
A pawnbroker? I expect you get all types of people here.
Yes, sir. All kind of people. For I sell all kind of goods.
Who comes here to trade with you? It's very unhygienic, even unsafe. Diseases can spread. For the customers, for the hospital.
I'm very cautious, sir. I've been a doctor, remember? And all my clients are good people. In fact, I think I only know good people.
What kind of goods?
With the quarantine, it's not always easy to buy things. So I trade, I exchange. Some people sell, some others buy. I like to help.
Alright. I have it too. I know what it looks like.
Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in life after death, Rakesh?
No. I believe we must do all the good we can while alive. For our time is short, and the obstacles are endless.
Do you think you would enjoy immortality as a concept?
I don't think so. Don't mistake me. I love life, and I'd like to live a long life. But everything has to decay, sir. Even goodwill.
Company what?
So you're ready to die?
No, I'm not. I don't fear death, for I won't see it. What troubles me is the pain my death will inflict to those I know.
You're a wise man, Mr. Chidana.
No, Dr. Reed. I am a foolish man. But I like to think otherwise.
Do you really believe goodwill cannot last?
As I said, sir, everything decays. If I was to never die, goodness, I would be bored or worse. And I like to be helpful, sir.
Quite depressing, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but the good news is, we'll all die before losing our humanity, sir.
Please show me what you have to sell.
Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful.
Codeine, opium, enigmatic formula.
Tomorrow, more bodies will arrive.
I wish he sold copium.
I'm managing a train terminal, not a morgue.
I could use some. Country.
Leech spotted! Watch out!
That's a little farther away. Should I go? I guess I should. Enter as your own risk. What would boys note? So. Oh. Oh my god, it's a loading. Well, that didn't go great. These are...
I cannot enter.
Do I have the key to that door?
It's a leech! Kill it!
How do they know I'm a vampire immediately?
This one's mine! Fucking fucking beast!
Dead inside. That's a boss? Excuse me? Like, everyone on the street immediately knows I'm a vampire, but people in the hospital have no idea. Kinda weird.
Opium is one of the main ingredients of Strickland's medication. Never a good move.
Iconic jacket. You're an iconic jacket. Don't you doubt. I get paid to be here? No, you're not DLC.
Perhaps we should have listened to what the idiot had to say first.
Good evening, sir.
Who the fuck are you? Don't you see I'm busy here?
Dr. Jonathan Reed, that's who I am. And who are you?
Ah, some fancy gentleman we've got here. Clear off. We don't want strangers on our streets.
So you won't tell me your name, then?
The name's Booth Digby. Maybe I'll ask my boys to break one or two of your bones, just so you remember it.
Are you some kind of vigilante patrolling these streets at night?
Something like that, but the police aren't in charge here. We are, see?
So you're a concerned criminal, is that it?
Using funny jokes about me and my boys, are you? Fuck. You must have some balls.
I saw many men like you during the war, Mr. Digby. Greedy little cockroaches who feed on despair.
I could kill you for saying that. But, nah. You've been a soldier, I can respect that.
So, tell me about your gang, then.
What? Have you got a death wish? You really want me to answer that?
Well, yes. You seem so proud of your status. Why not tell me who you're working for?
Oi! I'm the boss, all right? The Wet Boot Boys work for me. All of them. Situation round here is better than other districts because of us. Because of me.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
Things ain't that bad, thanks to us. We give people what they need, and we control this borough.
Well, you're not doing a very good job. People are still dying here, like everywhere else.
Yeah, well, we can't be everywhere all the time. And Edwina says if we can find more guns, we could be more efficient.
More efficient? Really? You should probably tell Edwina that guns are useless against diseases and infections.
Incredible. You know what? You're lucky she can't hear you right now. She's more smart than patient. My sweet queen of the docks.
Goodbye, Mr. Digby.
You again. What do you want?
Do you need medical help, sir?
I feel fine, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Mr. Digby. Good evening, miss. I am Dr. Reed. May I ask you a few questions?
Who are you? What do you want?
As I just told you, I'm a doctor. From the Pembroke Hospital, actually.
The Pembroke Hospital, you say? I ain't paying any bill left by Clay.
I'm not here to collect payment, Miss...
Miss Edwina Cox. So what do you want then? Fancy buying something from me, maybe?
What can you tell me about your work?
I'm a businesswoman. I buy and sell things, and I send my wet boot boys after anyone who don't play nice with me.
Gang member and shopkeeper. Can't be easy running double shifts.
If you're interested, I may find use of a doctor who can freely walk across the city, you know.
I'm not interested in a career in the criminal underworld, Miss Cox.
Fair enough. Stay away from us then, if you don't want to get hurt, or worse.
Since my return from the war, I don't feel that concerned by threats, knives, or even bullets, if you must know.
That's exactly what that stupid trade unionist claimed after he attacked one of us. Booth and I reminded him a bullet beats words every time.
Does he mention that he's been in the war in every single line of dialogue?
You're quite blunt, aren't you?
I like people who know what they want and say what they think. This is a time of great opportunity for those ready to embrace their destiny.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
You can't trust anyone around here. As soon as you lower your guard, you can be sure some arsehole will take advantage of you.
You sound like you're thinking of somebody in particular.
Take the gravediggers of Southwark. They must pay me every week, but it looks like they forgot who gave them permission to steal from the dead.
Looting corpses in a mass grave. That is a new low.
Whatever. Hey, since you're a doctor and all, maybe you can access that forbidden area and remind those bastards what they owe.
Really? Don't you think that's a little bit excessive?
Bastards, all of them. This region only responds to violence and threats.
Booth Digby looks at you with love-struck eyes. Tell me, Edwina, is the feeling mutual?
You have no idea how refreshing it can be for a woman to receive all the pleasure she needs. For once.
I'll take your word for it.
What is it, Doctor? A woman's not supposed to talk about these things.
I'm not that easily shocked, Miss Cox. You can speak freely about your lover if you so wish.
The poor bastard is good to me, if you must know. He makes me feel good. And that's a first.
So you're just like any other couple, after all, are you not?
Yeah, we're so ordinary that I'd put a bullet in his head if he ever cheated on me.
Right.
Tell me about the man you and Booth killed, Edwina.
The bastard killed one of us and received retribution. There's nothing else to say.
What happened exactly?
I don't know, and I don't care. One of ours was killed by that communist bastard, but he didn't brag for long.
So you have no idea what really happened, but you executed him anyway.
No one messes with the wet boot boys, Doctor. This is our territory, and this is our law.
And your conscience is clear. You kill without hesitation.
Violence is an efficient tool, Dr. Reed, when used properly.
So you decide who lives and who dies, just like that?
Yes, Doctor. Just like that. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm saying it's my way of dealing with troublemakers.
Goodbye, Miss Cox.
You again. What do you want?
Tell me about the man you killed, Booth. What happened?
One of us had been killed, so we had to retaliate. That's the whole story.
There has to be more to it than that.
No, really, one of us got killed, so the killer had to die. That's how things have always been done round here. No one gives a shit.
I think you're wrong. Maybe the docks have always been violent, but you can't say the living don't suffer because of it.
And then what? Let the commies and the anarchists rule? Nah. We're the wet boot boys. Our fathers died on these docks and they belong to us.
Do you know Edwina suspects you to be unfaithful?
Edwina's the one who asked to be called Mrs. Cox, even though Clay hadn't touched her for such a long time.
You have not answered my question.
She's a passionate woman. I've no doubt she'll shoot me down if I ever betray her, but that's not going to happen. I love her as she is.
Goodbye, Mr. Digby.
The gangs, the epidemics, everyone's throwing the blame.
Good evening, Miss Cox.
Hello again.
Goodbye, Miss Cox.
You know, it would be nice to see each other outside the pub sometime.
This situation won't last forever. After, we'll have plenty of time to plan the future.
Good thing we haven't seen Seymour for a while. Even Dyson has stopped coming in every night.
It's locked, all right.
2 shillings. 5 shillings. Alright, let's try to do that.
It's locked.
What?
Stay away!
I really can't.
I said stay police, boys!
There's nowhere else to go, sir.
I cannot enter.
The vampire must be invited in, right? Is that how it works?
Good evening, Mr. Cox.
Dr. Reed. Still working at night, I see. I like that.
And why is that?
People who don't sleep at night always seem more alive to me. More interesting, one way or another.
Is this the guy I spared him?
Do you ever think about that poor fellow I saw you push in the water?
The wound he gave me will make sure I don't forget him. Still fucking hurts. Boss had cut me good.
That man was determined to murder you. You almost died.
What a surprise. The first time I met him, he nearly shit himself. Fucking coward. I guess revenge gives you balls.
What did he want? Revenge?
I recently had to kill his brother. Poor arsehole thought it would be easy to return the favour.
Only the strongest survive, then? Survival at all costs. Is that all you think about?
I'm the toughest bastard you'll ever meet, Dr. Reed. And I don't give a fuck what you think of me.
How is your hospitalization going, Mr. Cox?
This is a shitty place with shitty staff. As long as I'm treated all right, I'll be fine.
What's wrong with the Pembroke staff?
That bastard you sent to bring me here, Milton. I thought he was going to break all my bones before I reached my bed.
I see. Any other smart comments?
The nurses aren't too ugly. Especially that foxy one, Nurse Crane. Pretty brunette, tough attitude, all I like that.
Okay.
What's wrong with the hospital?
Come on, Dr. Reed. The place is a dump. Smelly, sad, and dirty.
But you're alive thanks to the efforts and dedication of the staff here, aren't you?
What are you expecting, a medal? I thought that saving lives was just part of the job. Must be an unsatisfactory profession at this time, I'm sure.
How long do you think you can escape the law, Clay?
I know this city like the back of my hand, Doc. I know its streets, who to pay, who to avoid, and who to bully. I won't get caught.
We can't escape the consequences of our actions. The past catches up with us in the end.
I ain't afraid of death. I don't hide who I am. I live my life honestly, which is more than I could say for most folks.
And who are you, then?
I'm the leader of the Wet Boot Boys. One day, I'll leave this shitty place and punch in the face all who thought I would not come back.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
Who is Strickland?
Good evening, Dr. Tibbets.
Dr.
Not this
Reed, any...
Goodbye, Dr. Tibbets.
Oh, that nurse is around properly.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Why does Dr. Tippett claim you're the main reason he keeps working, despite his fatigue?
If it wasn't for him, I probably would have left the Pembroke years ago.
Dr. Tippett does not think of you as just a nurse anymore, does he?
If you're suggesting he's not taking my gender into consideration when it comes to medical practice and knowledge, I really hope he doesn't.
Goodbye, nurse.
That's
Call
not what
me
I'm
if you
saying.
need assistance.
I'm saying Iju wants to jump you. Sure.
I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
I don't know what you've heard about me, but I have already proved my value as a practitioner.
I don't question your skills, Dr. Reed, but your motive. Is it money, fame, or are you truly dedicated?
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
I served in the war just like you. But unlike you, I did not use the wounded to play the modern sorcerer.
Be careful what you insinuate, Dr. Ackroyd.
I only want you to admit you used those men to improve your theories.
This is ridiculous. My blood transfusion technique saved many lives, and you know it.
You see? That is exactly what I hate about people like you. You avoid this kind of accusation instead of facing reality.
It seems you have bad memories of your military service.
I refuse to see this industrial slaughter as scientific progress. War only reveals the worst in men.
We can at least agree on something, Dr. Ackroyd.
Yep. Feel you to me.
Time. We'll talk later.
Where's the other dog?
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
What do you think of Dr. Ackroyd's aversion to modern medical methods?
It's a shame he's so narrow-minded. Dr. Swansea taught me that science is about exploring uncharted territory. I'm convinced that's true.
With the influenza and all that's going on, you should put your differences aside, don't you think? Why is it so difficult to work together?
I believe that if Dr. Ackroyd had been the one to discover the transfusion process, he would be the first to recommend its use.
So you believe it's just a question of jealousy and pride?
Dr. Ackroyd is as proud as he is blinded by his obsolete concept of medical science.
I located the shop, but it was vandalized, and the owner is missing. All I found was your order.
I was afraid of such bad news. People are so desperate they're ready to burgle a shop for drugs.
That's quite a list you ordered. Opium, sodium hypochlorite. It can't be just headaches you're trying to cure.
This dreadful influenza, of course. I already ran some tests on hopeless cases. Without success, I must admit.
Do you realize you could create a lethal poison without the correct dosage? Then there are the legal ramifications.
Is this not true of any medical substance, Dr. Reed? However, if you would agree to improve it, I'd be glad to accept your help.
As long as you promise to be scrupulous with your experiments, I may try to gather these substances and even help improve upon the mixture.
That's all I'm asking for, Dr. Reed. That's all I'm asking.
I want to know about these secret tests you run, and if they can save people from this epidemic. Speak to me now, Thoreau.
I know I may sound presumptuous, but I'm just following your steps, Dr. Reed. I'm casting away the shadows of ignorance by daring to face them.
Self-confidence is essential in our line of work, my young colleague, but only if tempered with the correct amount of cynicism.
But you never doubt yourself, Dr. Reed. I've read all your articles and books. You performed the most daring research during the war.
Don't you think we have enough work already? Perhaps now is not the best time to be chasing shadows.
Chasing shadows, really?
It's funny those words coming from the only doctor here who has spent more time outside this hospital than in.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland. I can't let Strickland put his patients at risk with opium. Perhaps an adjusted formula will deliver more of a placebo effect.
Where do you want me to go, Mr. Map? To the top floor. Oh, how do I save? Oh, I see. Alright. I'm a little, tired. So I'm gonna go for today. But hey, it's an intriguing start. A little more jank than I expected. But, definitely curious to see more of this. So, yeah. I guess this is our game for the next days, because this seems like it's a long one. Not getting tired from all the suck. Exactly. Yeah, it's not bad so far. Mostly larking for when I actually play it. It's a lot of talking to random people, and I don't have a real reason to care yet, I think. But we'll see. Anyway, I am happy it's on easy, because I think it would get annoying walking around getting attacked by people all the time. If there was stealth, it would be different. Anyway, yep, I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good night. Thank you for hanging out, and I will see you tomorrow. Goodbye.